The Senate will come to order. Our chaplain, the Reverend Dr. Barry Black, will open the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Almighty God, you are supreme over all the nations. With loyalty and love, you continue to guide us. As our senators deal with today's challenges, unite them in the common task of doing what is best for our nation and world. May our lawmakers see that they can accomplish far more when these faith, when they don't know what our times according to more willingly. We pray in your powerful name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., September 10, 2024. To the Senate, under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Raphael G. Warnock, a senator from the state of Georgia, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Patty Murray, President Pro Tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Adam B. Abelson of Maryland to be United States District Judge for the District of Maryland.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
Well, Mr. President, our House Republican colleagues are struggling with a bad case of Groundhog Day. The government faces a critical funding deadline in a few weeks. If that deadline isn't met, the government will shut down. Only bipartisanship will help us meet that deadline. But instead of pursuing bipartisanship, Speaker Johnson is yet again, wasting time caving to the hard right despite his razor-thin majority. Hasn't he learned? This is what got the Republicans in trouble the last few times that we had to fund the government. An appeal to the right wing in their sort of strict, narrow, partisan ideology thinks they can force everybody, even dissident Republicans, let alone Democrats and the president, to go along with them. But of course, it doesn't happen. And then we come to a bipartisan agreement. Oh yes, it is certainly Groundhog Day once again, as the Republicans repeat the same mistake they've made over and over again. And that is the House Republicans, led, unfortunately, by Speaker Johnson. As I've said, we've seen this play out time and time again. Is it any surprise that the Speaker's purely partisan CR seems to be running into trouble? The answer is very simple. The House should stop wasting time on a CR proposal that cannot become law. The House should stop wasting its time in gathering together among themselves, not even all of them, putting together a bill without consulting Hakeem Jeffries, myself, or the President. But that's what they do. And it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Instead, Republicans should work with Democrats on a bipartisan package, one that has input from both sides, one that avoids harmful cuts, one that is free of poison pills. We're ready to sit down and work with them immediately. Now, to be fair, the Speaker's proposal was not entirely bad news. I was heartened to see that Speaker Johnson's proposal held on to the bipartisan top-line spending agreement that I reached with the Speaker earlier this year. It's a good sign that Speaker Johnson seems to accept reality that any CR we produce in the coming weeks will have to include that funding level. But sadly, Mr. President, sadly, the good news ends there. Because on the whole, the House Republican CR is an unserious and uncooked product. It's not serious for Republicans to say they want to kick the can down the road for 6 months on funding the government. Funding the government is the most basic responsibility we have in Congress. So to say, let's hold off for half a year, should be a non-starter. It's also not serious for Republicans to release a proposal that endangers troop readiness, risks troop pay, hamstrings our efforts to outcompete the Chinese government. You cannot run an army on a 6-month CR. You cannot put everything on hold for 6 months, have defense contracts put on ice for 6 months, and allow for Russia and the Chinese government to gain on us. It's that simple. And the head of the Joint Chiefs sent a letter that said just that. It's not serious for Republicans to say they want to pass a CR that fails to properly extend E-Verify, H-2B visas, and other border security programs that stop drugs like fentanyl. They talk a lot about the border, but then the fundamental ways that we toughen up enforcement on the border and interior country with E-Verify, they ignore. Shows how political this document is. It's particularly egregious that the Speaker's own proposal disbands a critical law enforcement effort to stop drug smuggling, drug cartels, money laundering. But the parade of horribles keeps going, just doesn't end there. It's not serious for Republicans to say that they want to pass a CR that forgets to fund critical health programs. Under the Republican proposal, telehealth would be harmed. We know how important telehealth is, particularly for rural Americans. It's made health care much better, cheaper, and more effective in rural areas. But they don't fund it. Wait for 6 months to tell someone in a rural area who needs medical help? People with diabetes would struggle to get the aid they need. And community health centers, often the only resource for millions of working-class Americans to get their health care, if they don't have insurance but fall above the Medicare and Medicaid lines, or the Medicaid lines, to get their health care. That's where they get it. That funding, again, would be endangered. And if all that weren't enough, Republicans have no plan for extending Farm Bill funding. One of the consequences of failing to pass the Farm Bill is going over the so-called dairy cliff, which is what happens when the dairy margin coverage program dries up. For this to happen would decimate farmers across the country, and I know in my own state, farmers have told me some of them would go out of business if we went over that dairy cliff. Monthly payments that help farmers cover the gap between the price of milk and feed would halt. And it would not only affect our farmers, it would affect our consumers. The cost of milk needed for our babies and for healthy kids and all of us. I like milk. I look forward to drinking it a lot. But the cost of milk could potentially double if we went over that dairy cliff. It would create seismic disruptions in our supply chains and cause market panic. So these are just some of the terrible consequences of proceeding with the Speaker Johnson's 6-month, unserious CR proposal. It's a little surprise that the White House has already issued a veto threat. Now, as far as their timeline, let's be very clear about what Republicans are trying to do with this 6-month CR. They're trying to lay the groundwork for Project 2025 in hopes they get favorable result in the election. That's why the right wing is pushing this. It's not just, that they don't like government funding. They have this horrible document, Project 2025, which would turn America inside out. I believe it would create huge economic, social, all kinds of problems, problems of protecting freedom. But that's what they want to do. That's their goal. Why Speaker Johnson goes along with it is beyond me. But by trying to set up a funding fight in March, Republicans, right-wing Republicans, hope for the chance to hold government funding hostage in exchange for some of the nastiest, most harmful policies that Donald Trump promises in his Project 2025. Let there be no mistake. Project 2025 is the Trump agenda. Some of his top advisors helped put it together. Some of the lead people on this are talked about for high-up positions in a Trump administration, should God forbid it occur. Over 140 people who work in the Trump administration contributed to it, who have worked in the Trump administration contribute to it. To call the ideas in Trump's Project 2025 radical would be an understatement. Project 2025 would pave the way for the hard right's national abortion ban by restricting access to FDA-approved medication. Project 2025 would abolish the Department of Education, decimate our public education system by wiping out school meal programs. Hungry kids? You want to send people to school with an empty belly? They can't learn. Oh, we have to spend a little money to provide a nutritious breakfast, which incidentally helps our farmers? Isn't that horrible, says the right wing. They'd rather their billionaires who help fund all of this stuff pay even less money to the government. It would defund public schools. They'd end student loan forgiveness. All the young people who have this burden of student loans on their back, you and I and others, Mr. President, are trying to reduce or eliminate that burden. Forget it if this right-wing budget goes into effect. Project 2025 would make health care less affordable for tens of millions of Americans. It would rip away benefits from our veterans. It would attack small farmers and small businesses and so much more. The list goes on and on, unfortunately. These ideas aren't theoretical. No. They're not abstract ideas up in the clouds. They're real proposals that the hard right intends to push if they come into power. They are so narrow and so focused on their own agenda. As I said, in large part over the years, funded by billionaires, greedy. Not all wealthy people are greedy. Many of them understand their obligation to help the country that's been so good to them. But they're a narrow group, very greedy. They don't want to pay any taxes, some of them. Let's have a national sales tax, some of them say, which would, that would create huge inflation on the average middle class, so they don't have to pay an income tax. Lord help us. And Republicans right now are hoping that a funding fight early next year would turn into a hostage negotiation between keeping the government open and passing Project 2025's terrible policies. But let me assure the American people, we Democrats are not fooled, and let me assure our mainstream Republicans who quietly grit their teeth when they hear about this, that the American people are not fooled. A surprisingly large number of American people have already heard of Project 2025 and don't like it. The more people learn about Project 2025, the more they realize how devastating it is, and how horrible it would be for our economy, how disastrous it would be for public safety, and how catastrophic it would be for our country. And now finally on the Congressional Gold Medal ceremony later this morning. Later this morning, I'll join with congressional leaders and with families of military service members for a most solemn observance, the awarding of the Congressional Gold Medal to the 13 service members killed during the suicide bombing at Abbey Gate in Kabul. The Congressional Gold Medal is the highest honor that Congress can bestow, but is a small gesture when compared to the immense sacrifice of these brave Americans. To us, these 13 Americans were sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, spouses, friends, loved ones. Some were even younger than the war in Afghanistan itself. But to the citizens desperately trying to escape the Taliban's rule through the Abbey Gate on that fateful day, these 13 Americans were something more: heroes, guardians, saviors. They were fighting for a cause far bigger than themselves, to deliver freedom to those who otherwise might never have known it. Tomorrow, we honor the anniversary of September 11th. As we do, so we rededicate ourselves to the promise of never forget. Well, that's what this morning's ceremony will be all about. We will never, never forget the sacrifice of the fallen 13 service members. We will never forget the obligation we all have to our troops in uniform and to care for them. We will never forget our duty to keep going, to defend the values of freedom and democracy they so nobly fought for. Yield the floor, note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
The Republican leader.
I ask consent that further proceedings on the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
As students head back to school, college campuses across the country are hoping this academic year begins more calmly than the last one ended. Back in May, the tantrums of campus radicals made some elite schools so inhospitable to learning, particularly for Jewish students. The administrators were driven to cancel commencement ceremonies. Since then, Columbia University's president has resigned, along with 3 deans who were put on notice for anti-Semitic comments made about a panel on Jewish life on campus back in May. These are, of course, steps in the right direction for an Ivy League institution that professes a commitment to thoughtful, rigorous debate and a campus culture free of bigotry, intimidation, and harassment. But Columbia and other universities have a great deal of work still to do to earn back the trust of students, parents, and alumni alike. And other recent personnel decisions actually inspire less confidence. Remember, for example, the Columbia doctoral student who served as the unofficial spokesperson of the violent Hamasnik mob that forcefully occupied a campus building. In between her studies of Marxist poetry, she demanded that campus officials provide the trespassers with food and water. Months later, she's now scheduled to teach a required course for undergraduates on nothing less than contemporary Western civilization. So, Mr. President, the decline in the Ivy League's academic rigor is well documented. But it would seem that at a bare minimum, its instructors ought to be able to distinguish between civilization and barbarism, and to act accordingly. A survey conducted over the summer by the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression found that 72% of college students agreed that in at least rare circumstances, it could be acceptable for students to have an encampment as part of campus protests. And more than 1/3 agreed that it would be acceptable to deface school property. I have to wonder whether a survey of the parents of college students, or for that matter, the campus staff who clean up their misbehavior, wouldn't paint a different picture. Unfortunately, what used to be a reliable path to the middle class appears to have turned into a breeding ground for childish radicalism. Fortunately, this radicalism may begin to face limits to its own upward mobility. Earlier this year, over a dozen federal judges described Columbia as an incubator of bigotry, declared that they had lost confidence in Columbia as an institution of higher education, serious reforms. Predictably, this news was met with howling from liberal busybodies. In fact, get this, a state prisoner even filed an ethics complaint against a number of judges. Apparently, the left would have the signs outside Americans' courthouses read, "Hate must have a home here." Fortunately, Chief Judge Richmond of the Fifth Circuit wasn't having it. She observed in her opinion dismissing the complaint that, quote, important aspects of our education, such as the viewpoint, diversity, and tolerance of differing viewpoints. Indeed, Columbia would do well to heed these judges' warning, and their colleagues on the bench would do well to heed their example. Meanwhile, the Biden-Harris administration hasn't skipped a beat in ensuring that taxpayer dollars go towards subsidizing the postmodern indoctrination on display in so many American towns. Over the summer, the Supreme Court upheld a stay on the administration's SAVE plan. But the administration still won't take no for an answer, pushing forward with yet another version of student loan socialism. Last week, the scheme hit another roadblock in federal court. Remember, the Penn-Wharton model has estimated that previous iterations of this scheme would have cost taxpayers tens of billions of dollars. Even left-leaning think tanks have criticized student loan socialism for the regressive nature of its beneficiaries. But the Biden-Harris administration, like the Marxists of Morningside Heights, keep coming back for more. Now, on another matter, as we reconvene this week, the Democratic leader announced the Senate would, in his words, continue confirming the Biden-Harris nominees. Nearly all the way through the administration's term, our colleagues would be right to wonder, what does he mean by well qualified? The Biden-Harris administration did in our home state of California. Undoubtedly, the White House also sold Rachel Rollins as well qualified to serve as U.S. Attorney, from which she resigned last year after she was caught attempting to influence an election and lying about it to investigators. So it may be worth taking the term well qualified with a grain of salt, even more so when you consider who in this administration's pipeline of upcoming nominees. There are, of course, the ones about which the Senate has learned alarming and disqualifying details since we began our consideration, like Adele Manji, whose associations with terrorists, who couldn't seem to give our colleagues on the committee a straight answer about the nature of her involvement in advocacy for hedge funds' right to collect on Puerto Rican debts. Or Embry Kidd, who misled the committee about his record of letting sex offenders off easily. There's the one so staggeringly unfit for life tenure on the federal bench on the compensation claims of grieving 9/11 families, cast doubt on both her ethics and professional competence. And there are the ones who, without a heavy dose of nepotism, wouldn't have seen the inside of a Senate hearing room, from Kevin Ritz to Carla Campbell to Julia Lipis. So, Mr. President, the Democratic leader will have to forgive some of us for not suspending our disbelief. I can assure our colleagues that Senate Republicans are no more inclined today than we were in July to rubber stamp radicals for the federal bench.
Mr. President.
The Majority Whip.
Mr. President, have you ever seen an ad for pharmaceuticals or prescription drugs on television? If the answer is no, then I would suggest you don't own a television. Very profitable because the drugs themselves are expensive. And people are encouraged to say to their doctors, I think I need Xarelto. And the doctor might have to tell them that Xarelto has nothing to do with your current physical condition. But many times warn them that they're just being lured into believing that it's something they need. But there are people who definitely do need prescription drugs, and we know that story as well. There are many people, despite their best efforts to comply with what the doctor wants, can't afford it. Drugs cost a lot of money. In fact, they cost dramatically more money for exactly the same drugs in the United States as those for sale in Canada. Why? Because the Canadian government cares. The Canadians in their health system for the same prescription drugs. Many times we don't have that. When he was campaigning for president in 2016, Donald Trump made it clear where he stood on this, and I quote him, "When it comes time to negotiate the cost of drugs, we're going to negotiate like crazy," he said, 2016. Then he got elected, and he said, "Fixing the injustice of high drug prices is one of the top Trump priorities. Prices will come down," he said, but it never did. Despite years of talk, Trump failed. No greatness there. Thankfully, President Biden and Vice President Harris did more than just talk, they delivered. You see, for decades, the Medicare program was blocked from bargaining with Big Pharma. Many of us kept arguing, well, we let the Veterans Administration bargain to get lower prices for our veterans. Why wouldn't we do the same for elderly Americans? But we changed that. We changed it in a bill called the Inflation Reduction Act. Last month, President Biden and Vice President Harris succeeded in negotiating with pharmaceutical companies to lower prices for 10 of the most expensive drugs under Medicare. Some of the prices were lowered by up to 79%. As a result of this negotiation, 9 million seniors will save a total of $1.5 billion each year in copays on these 10 drugs. That's real money, real savings for real people. For example, 142,000 seniors in Illinois take Xarelto or Eliquis as a blood thinner, costing Medicare nearly $25 billion last year. But thanks to the new law, Medicare was able to negotiate a price reduction of 60%, up to $3,840 off the annual price tag for seniors who are taking these two blood thinners. Last week, I met with pharmacists from the University of Illinois in Chicago. They shared with me how many patients are forced to ration doses between paychecks. That should not be a reality in our nation. Well, we're just getting started. Next year, Medicare will negotiate lower prices for another 15 drugs and another 20 the year after that. We also capped the price of insulin to $35, thanks to the presiding officer, saving 50,000 seniors in Illinois approximately $500 next year. We made vaccines under Medicare free. Vaccines can be expensive. The shingles vaccine costs up to $385. Now they're free for seniors. Starting in January, we'll impose a $2,000 annual cap on out-of-pocket costs for seniors, no matter how expensive their medications are. But let me remind you, this is for a matter of record. Every single Republican senator voted against these prescription drug savings. That bears repeating. Every single Republican senator in this chamber voted against this effort to lower prescription drug prices. While Big Pharma has raked in many billions and billions of dollars, they've also worked to block this law. They have Republican allies in Congress plotting how to repeal these historic price savings. How can the Republicans explain that? You've got seniors, many on fixed incomes, with expensive drugs that they need to stay alive, and they can't afford them. We believe those prices ought to come down for those seniors, like insulin. That's a life or death drug for many people. And the fact that they want a lower price, we want a lower price for seniors, just makes common sense. So how do the Republicans explain it? You heard it earlier. Anyone who wants the government to step in and negotiate lower prices is a Marxist, a socialist, a communist. You hear this over and over again. Well, if you're a student of history, this is nothing new. That's what they said about Social Security. That's what they said about Medicare and Medicaid. They believe it's just way too much government for the government to step in and lower prescription drug prices. I don't. I think that's a reasonable role by government. Remember, these same prescription drugs, virtually all of them, began with federally paid research, medical research by the National Institutes of Health, which taxpayers pay for. And the companies develop the drugs, and I thank God they do. But to say that we have nothing to say about the cost of those drugs and the burden they place on seniors is just unreasonable. When it comes to critical medications, no one should have to choose between their wallet and their life. Mr. President, one other topic of importance. For more than a year, story after story has broken about the ethical, misconduct by sitting Supreme Court justices. We're talking about the highest court in the land, the 9 men and women sitting on the Supreme Court, who are not governed by the same rules of conduct and ethical standards as every other federal judge in America. They want special treatment. Justice Clarence Thomas has been at the center of many of these stories. For decades, he has accepted lavish gifts and luxury trips from a gaggle of fawning billionaires. The total dollar value we estimate for these gifts accepted by Clarence Thomas, by and large never disclosed, is $4 million. Get that. Supreme Court justice, highest court in the land, life and death decisions every day, and he's receiving $4 million in gifts that he doesn't disclose. Justice Thomas has failed to disclose the vast majority of these gifts in clear violation of financial disclosure requirements under federal law. Late last week, another story broke. I'm hesitant to raise this story because it involves Justice Thomas's spouse, but I can no longer avoid the obvious. She is a political activist, and her activism raises serious ethical questions. According to public reporting, Justice Thomas's wife, Jenny, sent an email to Kelly Shackelford, who runs the First Liberty Institute. This right-wing organization, which is on the advisory board of Project 2025, which we're learning more about, frequently litigates before the Supreme Court and strongly opposes Supreme Court ethics reform. In her email, Clarence Thomas's wife, Jenny, thanked the organization for its opposition to court reform, ethical reform, writing all in caps, quote, "You guys have filled the sails of many judges. Can I just tell you, thank you so, so, so much." When asked about her efforts to overturn the 2020 election, Jenny Thomas told Congress that she and Justice Thomas just don't discuss each other's work. That's a little hard to believe, isn't it, when you see this missive that she sent to this organization. Her comments on behalf of judges create a clear appearance of impropriety for Justice Clarence Thomas. Accordingly, I have called for Justice Thomas to recuse himself from any future case involving First Liberty Institute. This is not the first time that Jenny Thomas's actions have raised serious questions about her husband, Justice Clarence Thomas' ability to fairly hear cases before the Supreme Court. Jenny Thomas is a political operative who regularly works with right-wing groups on issues being litigated before the court, and it isn't a volunteer work in many instances. She is a political operative who works with these groups that litigate issues before the Supreme Court before her husband, Clarence Thomas. Federal law requires the disqualification of a Supreme Court justice in any proceeding in which the justice's impartiality might reasonably be questioned. And the Supreme Court's own code of conduct reiterates that Supreme Court justices should disqualify themselves in cases when there is reasonable doubt about impartiality. Despite serious questions about Justice Thomas's impartiality in numerous cases, he refuses to recuse himself. During the court's most recent term, he continued to hear cases related to the January 6th insurrection, despite Jenny Thomas, his wife's, personal involvement with efforts to overturn the 2020 election. And Justice Thomas's failure to recuse is not his only ethical failure related to his wife's activities. For years, Justice Thomas omitted his wife's income from the right-wing Heritage Foundation from his annual financial disclosure, despite having disclosed her income in some previous years. In other words, he wasn't even consistent. And as I mentioned earlier, Justice Thomas's ethical issues extend far beyond his wife's employment and advocacy sources in his financial disclosure. How do we know this about Justice Clarence Thomas? Because the Senate Judiciary Committee sent out subpoenas, and the subpoenas resulted in cooperation from some of the people who gave him these gifts. They gave us the details of what they provided in the past, and he failed to disclose over and over again. He's compounded that failure by repeatedly failing to recuse himself in cases involving the same individuals and groups lavishing these gifts upon him. I get it. They're sending these gifts to Clarence Thomas, who's sitting as a judge in cases that mean a lot to them monetarily. More than 12 years ago, I called on Chief Justice Roberts to adopt a binding code of conduct for all Supreme Court justices. 12 years ago. Since then, repeated ethical misconduct by Supreme Court justices have proven that an unenforceable code of conduct is absolutely worthless and an enforceable one is essential to restoring public confidence. However, Chief Justice Roberts refuses to use his power to do so. What is he waiting for? I call on each and every Supreme Court justice. If you agree with Clarence Thomas, declare it, that you have no responsibility to disclose your gifts or to recuse yourself from cases where there's a conflict. But if you think you're fed up with it, and on behalf of the nation, we'll continue in Congress to do our part. But some leadership from Chief Justice Roberts and members of the court could sure make a difference. I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
Senator from Arkansas.
I ask unanimous consent that I be permitted to speak for up to 5 minutes and Senator Hoven be permitted to speak.
We're currently in our quorum call, Senator.
Well, I ask that the quorum call be rescinded
Without objection.
and that unanimous consent that I be permitted to speak for up to 5 minutes and Senator
Also without
Hoven be
objection.
permitted to speak for 5 minutes.
Also without objection.
And then also I ask unanimous consent to use a prop during my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President, very much. Mr. President, I rise today to applaud the American women competing for the Solheim Cup at the Robert Trent Jones Golf Club in Gainesville, Virginia this week. The Solheim Cup is the world's leading match play competition for women professional golfers that pits Team USA against Team Europe. Today, here in the Senate, we're excited to display the coveted prize these teams are playing for as we gear up to cheer on America's premier female golfers. This tradition is held every 2 years and features some of the best athletes among the Ladies Professional Golf Association and the Ladies European Tour. It serves as a platform to highlight women's golf and helps inspire future generations to take up the sport. As a golf fan, I appreciate the immense talent and skill that it showcases. I'm looking forward to supporting Team USA in its pursuit of another Solheim Cup victory. As an Arkansan, I'm proud to recognize Team USA captain Stacey Lewis, a former four-time All-American at the University of Arkansas and four-time Solheim Cup player. She is serving as the captain for the second time and will bring the knowledge and experience she gained helming that team to help Americans come out on top this year. While the United States leads Europe in the overall Solheim Cup matchups, Lewis is hopeful this team will, quote, settle the score, end quote. After the last competition ended in a tie that allowed the Europeans to retain the title and the trophy. I know I join so many of my colleagues in congratulating Team USA's members for representing our country, and we wish them the best of luck as they seek a dominant performance this week to reclaim the cup and the bragging rights for America. And with that, I yield to my colleague, Senator Hoven.
Mr. President, I rise to
Senator
support.
from North Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support my colleague, the senior senator from Arkansas, and golf enthusiasts everywhere on cheering on Team USA in the Solheim Cup. North Dakotans love their sports, and when it comes to golf, that's certainly no exception. You may be surprised to know that in North Dakota, we have many golf courses and actually rank very high in number of golf courses per capita. And for competitive golfers in the state, we have many different championship tournament opportunities for both men and women alike, and of course people young and old, and that's one of the really great things about golf. It's a game you can play all your life. Senator Boozman, even when you're old like you and me, you can still get out there on the links and hit it and have a great time. Most of the time, right. But even if you're not playing well, it's a great place to take a walk. I mean, there's nothing better. North Dakota's produced top-notch golfers, including right now PGA Tour winner Tom Hoge from Fargo. And although she just retired, a tremendous women's golfer, Amy Anderson from Oxbow, and many others as well, even growing up. A fellow by the name of Mike Morley was a fellow I knew, I always looked up to him a little older when I was out there caddying on the golf course, and he went on to become a touring pro as well. So we've had great golfers, and obviously they are world-class athletes. In the case of Amy Anderson, she retired from professional golf, as I said, this year, but when she was at North Dakota State University, she won 20 collegiate events and NCAA record for Division I wins. And so, again, for those traveling to the great state of North Dakota, I certainly encourage you to bring your clubs, Senator Boozman, particularly in the summertime. The Solheim Cup was actually created by Ping founder Karsten Solheim in 1990, and like the Ryder Cup for men, meets every 2 years to put the top women golfers in the United States against the top golfers in Europe. And I got to tell you that Karsten Solheim, and he had his family, he had his sons in the business with him too, which was primarily based out of Phoenix. But we have this incredible Norwegian festival in North Dakota every year. It's the largest Norwegian festival outside the country of Norway. And the Solheim family used to come up to that great celebration, celebrating their Norwegian heritage. So he's the founder of this great tournament. And of course, it's United States, top women golfers in the United States against the top women golfers in all of Europe. So we're taking on all of Europe, right? So it's pretty cool. Competition reflects the best in sports, with players not playing for money, but playing for their country, playing for their teammates, and for so many young women who watched and, of course, are hoping one day to be in their shoes. And I got to tell one quick story because I know the senior senator from Arkansas will enjoy it very much. I actually played in an LPGA event. Now, you might think that sounds funny, but of course, golf aficionados know that they have a member, guest day, the first day, and I was fortunate enough to get to play in an event. It was just great, great fun, and it's just amazing to see these incredible women golfers and just how great they are at the game. And Senator Boozman, yes, they hit it a lot further than you do off the tee, no question about it. And me too, of course. This year's competition in nearby Gainesville, Virginia, will be a great match with the previous competition, as Senator Boozman said, in 2023, resulting in a 14-14 tie, which means Europe got to retain the cup. So we need to get back. It looks so good here in America. We need to keep it here in America, and I know that our women athletes will rise to the challenge. I like our chances this year. To Captain Stacy Lewis and the 12 players on Team USA, we wish you the very best of luck as you compete here, and we look forward to an exciting weekend of skill and sportsmanship. And I already have talked to somebody on this very floor who knows some of the golfers and is going to go watch the tournament. And, of course, the rest of us will get the opportunity to watch it on television. And with that, I yield back to my very good friend and colleague, the senior senator from Arkansas.
Well, I think...
Who, by the way, was an incredible athlete himself, although I don't think it was on the golf course. I think it might have been on the gridiron. Although you do have the svelte physique of a golfer, I think it might have been.
Very good.
As a big Razorback lineman.
Senator from Arkansas.
I think with that, we yield back, Mr. President.
The question is now on the nomination. Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Markowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Cantwell, Duckworth, Durbin, Graham, Heinrich, Ossoff, Padilla, Warnock, Welch. Senators voting in the negative: Bozeman, Braun, Britt, Crapo, Grassley, Hoeven, Marshall, Sullivan, Tuberville. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley. Aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan. Aye. Ms. Butler. Ms. Butler. Aye. Mr. Fetterman, Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. King, aye. And Mr. Langford, no. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Helmy, aye. And Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Romney, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye.
Maybe we can get some.
Mr. Schatz, aye.
Skylar?
Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Ms. Markowski, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mrs. Murray, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Reed, aye.
Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Paul, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Moran? No. Ms. Lummis, no. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Budd, no. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Schumer, aye.
Yeas are 53, the nays are 43. Nomination is confirmed.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 43. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Mr. President,
Democratic Leader.
I come to the floor to note that the Senate today will vote on the confirmation of a terrific judicial nominee and a terrific New Yorker, Jeanette Vargas, nominated to serve as District Judge for the Southern District of New York. Jeanette Vargas will make an excellent addition to the bench. She was a clerk to then Judge, now Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor, is a career prosecutor and served as the top lawyer in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District as Deputy Chief of the Civil Division. She is truly a New Yorker to her core, being a native of the great borough of Queens of both Puerto Rican and Irish ancestry. With Ms. Vargas, the Senate continues to add a list of excellent and qualified diverse nominees to the federal bench, and I want to thank my Senate colleague, Senator Gillibrand, for advocating this great nominee and all my colleagues for voting to confirm.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar 652 Jeanette A. Vargas of New York to be United States District Judge for the Southern District of New York, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Jeanette A. Vargas of New York to be United States District Judge for the Southern District of New York shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. No. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Mr. Romney. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Smith. Ms. Stabenow. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Tester. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Vance. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blumenthal, Durbin, Hickenlooper, Padilla, Sanders, Schumer, and Sinema. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Budd, Cornyn, Cruz, Daines, Grassley, Hyde-Smith, Lankford, Lee, McConnell, Mullen, Paul, Tillis, and Tuberville. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Moran? No. Mr. Brown? Aye. Mr. Young? No. Ms. Hassan? Aye. Ms. Duckworth? Aye. Mr. Wicker? No. Mrs. Blackburn? No. Ms. Collins? Aye. Mr. Kane? Aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Thank you. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. King, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Ms. Smith, aye.
I defer to the.
Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Cardin? Aye. Mrs. Shaheen? Aye. Mr. Casey? Aye. Ms. Butler? Aye. Ms. Klobuchar? Aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mrs. Capito? No.
I noticed that. One's coming up. But I thought
Mr. Bozeman? No. Mrs. Britt? No. Ms. Baldwin? Aye. Mr. Lujan? Aye.
good to see you.
Mrs. Fisher? No. Mr. Romney? No. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Helmy, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Reed, aye.
Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, no. Ms. Markowski. Ms. Markowski, aye. Mr. Manchin, aye.
The yeas are 52, the nays are 43. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Janet A. Vargas of New York to be United States District Judge for the Southern District of New York.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 2:15 p.m. Senate will come to order. Under the previous order, the question is on the nomination. Is there a second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Wow. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Thank you. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Thank you. Mr. Bozeman.
Thank you.
Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Butler. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Thank you. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Helmy. Mr. Hickenlooper. Yeah, do you? Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio. I do, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Cantwell, thank you, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Hassan, Heinrich, Helmy, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kelly, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Schatz, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Cornyn, Cotton, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Hyde-Smith, Lee, Marshall, McConnell, Mullen, Ricketts, Schmidt, and Thune. Mr. Reed, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. King, aye.
Mr. Booker, aye.
Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Budd, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Romney, no. Mr. Sanders, aye.
Mr. Sullivan, no. The yeas are 51, the nays are 43. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
Question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
I move to proceed to Executive Calendar 649.
Question is on the motion. Pardon me. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination. Nomination, the judiciary, Kevin Gafford Ritz of Tennessee to be United States Circuit Judge for the Sixth Circuit.
I send the cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the cloture motion. Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar number 649, Kevin Gafford Ritz of Tennessee, to be United States Circuit Judge for the Sixth Circuit, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Send the cloture motion to the desk. Oh, sorry. I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the mandatory quorum call for the cloture motion filed today, September 10th, be waived.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, as in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of SRES 807 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report. Senate Resolution 807 to constitute the majority party's membership on certain committees for the 118th Congress or until their successors are chosen. Is there objection to proceeding with the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I yield the floor and note the absent. Yeah? Oh, excuse me. I do not yield the floor as of yet. Mr. President, I have two requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call a roll. Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Republican whip.
Mr. President, is the Senate in a quorum call?
It is.
I would ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, it's no secret that Democrats increasingly subscribe to the philosophy that if you don't like the way the game is going, you change the rules. We've seen it in striking fashion with the Supreme Court. Democrats respond to pretty much every Supreme Court decision that they don't like these days with claims not just that the court's decision was wrong, but that the court itself is illegitimate. And as the President made clear with the release of his de facto court-packing plan this summer, if Democrats are elected, we can confidently expect them to lose no time in remaking the court to their liking to ensure they get the policy outcomes that they want. But of course, the Supreme Court is not the only institution the Democrats have a problem with. Democrats are also frustrated that they haven't gotten a blank check for their far-left priorities in the Senate. And so, if Democrats win in November, they intend to change the rules of the Senate, specifically the filibuster rule, to ensure that they can steamroll through their plans to remake the government and the country. The Democrat leader made that very explicit last month at the Democrat National Convention when he said that his party would change the rules to pass Democrats' so-called voting rights legislation, more accurately described as a federal takeover of elections designed to give Democrats a permanent electoral advantage. He also indicated that his conference would move to change the rules to pass abortion legislation, perhaps Democrats' bill to codify abortion up until the moment of birth. Really, the only question remaining seems to be whether Democrats will abolish the filibuster completely or just render it meaningless by carving out exemptions for all Democrats' most cherished priorities. Now, Mr. President, I've spoken on the floor more than once about the importance of the filibuster. The founders intended the Senate to be a counterbalance to the House. It was designed as a more stable, more thoughtful, and more deliberative legislative body to consider, or to check, I should say, ill-considered or intemperate legislation or tyranny by the majority. And as time has gone on, the legislative filibuster is the Senate rule that has had perhaps the greatest impact in preserving the founders' vision of the Senate. The filibuster acts as a check on imprudent or highly partisan legislation. It forces discussion and compromise. And critically, it ensures that Americans whose party is not in power also have a voice in Congress. As one senator said a few years ago when abolishing the filibuster was under consideration, he said, and I quote, "Folks who want to see this change want to eliminate one of the procedural mechanisms designed for the express purpose of guaranteeing individual rights and would undermine the protections of a minority point of view in the heat of majority excess." That senator was Joe Biden. Or as another senator once said when a change to the filibuster rule was under discussion, and I quote, "The bottom line is very simple. The ideologues in the Senate want to turn what the Founding Fathers called the cooling saucer of democracy into the rubber stamp of dictatorship. They want, because they can't get their way, to change the rules in midstream, to wash away 200 years of history. They want to make this country into a banana republic where if you don't get your way, you change the rules. It'll be a doomsday for democracy if we do," end quote. It'll be a doomsday for democracy if we do. The senator who said that, of course, was the current Democrat leader of the Senate. The same leader who has announced that his party will, quote, "change the rules in midstream," end quote, to force through Democrats' priorities. Now, Mr. President, I suppose the Democrat leader could have had a change of heart. This once fierce defender of the filibuster could have become convinced that the filibuster no longer serves a useful purpose. But if that's what this is, if this is truly a principled change, then I would like to hear the Democrat leader endorse the abolition of the filibuster if Republicans win the election. I'd like also to hear him argue that a Republican Congress and a Republican president should be able to force through every legislative priority Republicans want, whether that's a real border security legislation or a ban on killing unborn children past the point in a pregnancy where they can feel pain. I suspect, however, that the Democrat leader has not had this change of heart. In fact, I suspect that if President Trump wins the election and Republicans take the House and the Senate, the Democrat leader will be happy to use the filibuster to check Republican legislation, just as he did during President Trump's first term. Now, funnily enough, I don't recall hearing much from Democrats about the need to abolish the filibuster back then. In fact, 32 Democrats, including then-Senator Kamala Harris, signed a letter in April of 2017 calling on Senate leadership to preserve the legislative filibuster. In short, Mr. President, it's pretty clear that the Democrat leader's change of heart isn't principle. It's political expediency. Democrats believe that the rules should apply when they serve the aims of the Democrat Party and that the rules should be abolished whenever they interfere with Democrats' far-left agenda. Mr. President, if Democrats abolish the filibuster, in whole or in part, it would, to quote the current Democrat whip, be the end of the Senate as it was originally devised and created, going back to our founding fathers, end quote. The minority party in the Senate and in the country would no longer have any meaningful voice in legislation. The loss of the filibuster would also create legislative whiplash, with one party passing all its most controversial proposals when it has unified power in Washington, and then the other party undoing all of that legislation and passing its own proposals when it gains unified power. To say that that kind of legislative instability would be bad for our country is an understatement. Sharp changes in federal policy every few years would mean endless confusion for Americans and could spell serious trouble for the economy. And Mr. President, abolishing the filibuster would not only be bad for our country, I suspect Democrats would regret it on their own behalf, and sooner rather than later. I realize that Democrats have hopes that if they pass their so-called voting rights legislation, it will help them stay in power. But surely Democrats don't believe that they can maintain a permanent hold on government. There have been some pretty robust Senate majorities in American history. But sooner or later, power has always shifted. And when it inevitably does, Democrats are likely to bitterly regret the loss of the legislative filibuster. Democrats have already had cause to regret the loss of the filibuster for judicial nominations. More than one Democrat senator has openly admitted regretting the Democrats' move to abolish the filibuster for judges and for other nominees. They ought to take a lesson from that. And if Democrats have the incredibly naive idea that they can somehow preserve the filibuster by simply creating a carve-out for their top legislative priorities, they should think again. The unraveling of the filibuster for judicial nominations should be a lesson to both parties on how well weakening the filibuster or creating a filibuster carve-out would work. Democrats carved out a filibuster exception for executive and judicial nominees. And Republicans, when they got power, took it to its logical conclusion. A legislative filibuster carve-out would be the end of the legislative filibuster, period. Mr. President, it's become disturbingly clear that the Democrat Party is committed to getting its way in whatever way it can, no matter how many institutions it damages or how many rules it breaks in the process. But I would hope that at least some of my Democrat colleagues might think about the fact that their operating principle of the rules don't apply to us is generally more associated with despots than democratic republics. And that they would put the long-term health of our country and our institutions above short-term partisan gain. Mr. President, I yield the floor. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll. Ms. Baldwin.
President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
We are.
I'd ask consent that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I don't think it's any secret that the United States is facing a myriad of security threats that both here domestically and abroad. I've said, and I truly believe, this is the most dangerous time our country has experienced since World War II, due to the axis of autocracies, as it's sometimes called, ranging from Iran to Russia to China to North Korea. But right here at home, we have a huge, gaping national security threat called the southern border. We know it's being exploited by drug traffickers, human smugglers, and yes, perhaps even by terrorists. Out of the roughly 10 million or so people that we estimate that have crossed the border during the Biden-Harris administration, about 2 million of them are what the Border Patrol calls gotaways. In other words, they're people evading law enforcement, and perhaps for a good reason. Either they're carrying drugs, they have criminal records, or, heaven forbid, they want to do us harm through some sort of terrorist attack. But as we look around the world, we see countries like Israel, our close ally in the Middle East, defending its right to exist, following a brutal and unprovoked attack by the terrorist group Hamas, which is a proxy of Iran. Iran and its proxies are even more emboldened than ever as they continue to wreak havoc across the region. And, oh, by the way, they're also enriching uranium in pursuit, perhaps, of a nuclear weapon. In Europe, we know that Ukraine continues to defend its sovereignty in the wake of Russia's invasion more than 2 years ago. But actually, it goes back to earlier than that. Russia actually invaded Ukraine in 2014 and basically took over the Crimea, and nobody seemed to do much about it, which Putin thought, okay, I got away with that. I'm going to come back for another bite. And then following the devastating withdrawal of American and allied troops in Afghanistan 2 years ago, we were just over in the rotunda honoring the lives of the service members who lost their life in Kabul 2 years ago as a result of the withdrawal from Afghanistan. But after that, Putin logically thinks, well, the Taliban got to take over Afghanistan without a shot being fired. The United States get coughed up tens of billions of dollars of equipment, ammunition, and transportation. And so maybe, just maybe, this is Putin's thinking, I believe, maybe I can go ahead and invade Ukraine and I can march on Kyiv and not a shot will be fired. Well, he underestimated the will of the Ukrainian people, to be sure. In the Indo-Pacific, China continues to be aggressive and belligerent and threaten the stability of the region, especially the future of Taiwan. So there's a lot at stake, and the eyes of the world are on the United States. I've had a chance, like so many of us, to travel around the world and to talk to our friends and allies. And what I've learned is that no one, no nation, can substitute for the leadership of the United States of America. If America acts, others will follow. They will join us, perhaps, but no one will take the initiative if the United States is standing back. And it's true that terrorists and dictators are watching to see how we respond. Vladimir Putin watches what we do. President Xi in China, Kim Jong-un in North Korea, the supreme leader in Tehran, they all watch what kind of reaction they get when they push. If there's no pushback, they keep coming.
So the question is, will we brush all of this off and try to explain it just as regional conflicts? Or will we stiffen our spine, lock arms with our friends and allies, and commit to defeating evil and aggression in all its forms? Well, to meet this crucial moment, we need to solidify support for our military and our national security. That is the number one job of the federal government. No local government or state government, no private entity can provide for the common defense. That is the number one job of the federal government. Everything else comes after that, because if you don't do that, none of the rest matters. Well, we are currently contemplating a short-term spending bill called a continuing resolution, but our commanders, the Secretary of Defense, current and past, will tell you that a continuing resolution is one of the worst things you can do to the military, because there are no new starts, no programs that we've authorized can plan for the future, particularly if you're looking at a funding bill of 3 months or 6 months in duration. Even President Biden's own defense secretary acknowledges that any delay in funding and in the National Defense Authorization Act hampers their ability to plan. So it's not just the funding, it's also the annual exercise known as the National Defense Authorization Act. We know that our committees here in the Senate, the Armed Services Committee, both in the Senate and in the House, have done a lot of work on a bipartisan basis to prepare the National Defense Authorization Act. But here in the Senate, this seems to be the last thing on the majority leader's schedule and the last thing on his mind. We're scheduled to be here roughly 2.5 more weeks before we break for the November the 5th election. In other words, we won't even be in session in October. So then we'll come back after the election and the so-called lame duck, and one of the must-do bills that we have to pass is the National Defense Authorization Act. It didn't have to be this way. We could have scheduled, the majority leader could have scheduled both an appropriations process that would make sure we didn't have to pass short-term continuing resolutions. We could have taken up the good bipartisan work of the Armed Services Committee and put the National Defense Authorization Bill on the floor, but the majority leader would have none of that. It's just not a priority for him. So what are we doing instead? Well, we're taking up judicial nominations, which are not insignificant, but they pale in comparison to the responsibility that Congress has to provide for the common defense. And we do that 2 ways. One, we pass the Defense Authorization Act each year, and number 2, we fund the military and the rest of government. Well, when we do this, when the majority leader makes this choice, it doesn't give our commanders the certainty they need to make decisions that will serve both our short-term and long-term interests. If for our forces to continue the fight wherever necessary around the world, they need resources, they need stability, they need predictability, and they need to be able to start new important programs like multi-year procurement programs to shore up our industrial base to make sure we have the resources we need to deter aggression anywhere in the world. And there's nobody else to do it. It's the responsibility of Congress. Nobody can do this for us. We can't say, well, this is too hard, or it's inconvenient, or we have to go campaign for re-election. There's nobody else to do it. It's up to us. For more than 60 years in a row, 6 decades, Congress has passed an annual National Defense Authorization Act. That's in significant jeopardy. We're certainly not going to get it done in the next 2.5 weeks. that the majority leader has scheduled, and he's decided to wait until the last minute to even think about it. So in all reality, this is going to be an exercise in the lame duck after the election. But it's not the only thing we need to do. As the presiding officer knows, we run out of money at the end of this month. It's the end of the annual fiscal year. And so we're going to have to pass some sort of funding bill because the majority leader did not schedule votes on appropriation bills, all 12 appropriations bills, like he should have, so we don't have to resort to a continuing resolution. Well, in my home state of Texas alone, there are roughly 225,000 service members stationed at places like Fort Cavazos, Fort Bliss, Joint Base San Antonio, the Red River Army Depot, and Ellington Field. Those are the people I think of each year when we take up the defense authorization bill. I think of them and I think of their families, because while a service member wears the uniform, families also serve our nation. Well, the money and the programs that we should be authorizing under the defense authorization bill include money for training, technology, and equipment, and the pay and the benefits that families rely on. Supporting all of these people and these facilities is a Herculean task. And the defense authorization bill is a very important way that we do just that. This year's defense bill must also include efforts to strengthen military readiness. We know the nature of warfare has changed. It's not just tanks and airplanes and aircraft carriers. We're seeing what's happening in Ukraine, where the Ukrainians are using drones, relatively inexpensive drones, to knock out Russian tanks and armor. So this has changed quite a bit. The Houthis in Yemen are using inexpensive drones that are now being shot down by $2 million missiles launched from Navy ships. So the nature of warfare has changed, and we have to keep up with it, not so we can fight wars, but so we can deter those wars. We know that deterrence is the primary objective, and we know that war is a whole lot more expensive, both in terms of treasure and blood, than keeping the peace by maintaining deterrence. Well, this defense authorization bill should have a focus on reforming our procurement process so we can quickly replenish our defense stockpiles. This has been a major problem because the Pentagon is probably the world's biggest bureaucracy. And because of layers and layers of red tape and difficult processes, it's hard for innovators and creators and startups to do business with the Pentagon and with the federal government. So we are literally denied access to the latest and greatest technology because the Pentagon simply isn't postured to deal with that. So what you have to do in the case of companies like Palantir and SpaceX and Anduril, for example, just to name a few, well, SpaceX had to sue the Air Force so they could compete in space because the Air Force wouldn't allow them to compete for those projects. Now SpaceX, headquartered in Texas, launches the vast majority of payloads into space. And in fact, Boeing, whose spaceship went to the International Space Station, can't safely bring 2 of those astronauts back. So SpaceX is going to have to go get them sometime in February. But the point is, we have a lot of heavy lifting to do, a lot of hard work to do when it comes to our national security. And the way that the majority leader has decided to schedule the Senate is a disservice, not only to the men and women in uniform, but it's frankly dangerous because it doesn't allow us to maintain maximum readiness and deterrence, which is so critical. Well, one of the things that I think should be part of the defense authorization bill is something called the Paid Off Act. This is critical legislation that will prevent foreign agents from acting on behalf of our adversaries from influencing U.S. policymakers. I know it's no surprise to anybody who follows the news here in Washington, D.C., but foreign countries come in and they hire lobbyists, and unbeknownst to members of Congress, those lobbyists are working on behalf, sometimes, of foreign governments, not the American people. And yet, because of a failure of the Foreign Agent Registration Act and the need to reform that legislation, there needs to be more transparency and disclosure so we know for sure who we're talking to and whose agents, whose constituency they represent. But it's not just the Paid Off Act that needs to be part of this NDAA. I'm hopeful that this bill ultimately, in the lame duck session, will include key outbound investment measures to help the United States gather more information needed to better evaluate our national security vulnerabilities, as well as confront threats from our adversaries and remain competitive on the global stage. These are important goals that are becoming more and more urgent with each passing day. But despite all this, we have yet to formally begin the process of considering the National Defense Authorization Bill, again, because this is apparently not a priority of the majority or the majority leader. In a rational world, this would already be done. At the very least, this legislation should reach the President's desk before the end of this month. But as I said earlier, Senator Schumer has only scheduled about 11 more days between now and the time we break for the election. The election actually isn't for 8 weeks. But the Senate's going to be in session 11 days. I think that's not doing our job. And the only person who can schedule the Senate agenda is the majority leader. I can't do it. The other 98 senators can't do it, only the majority leader. And he refuses to do it. Well, unfortunately, this has become standard operating procedure. We lurch from one potential shutdown to the next. We pass continuing resolutions which tie the hands of our military commanders and the Pentagon, and it just makes it impossible for government to operate as efficiently as it should. So this has become standard operating procedure in a dysfunctional Democrat-led Senate. We spend weeks voting on President Biden's controversial nominees like we're doing today, many of whom are unqualified for the jobs that they've been nominated to fill. But the majority knows, the Democratic majority knows that if they lose the majority, they won't be able to get those people confirmed. So, of course, they're trying to move as many of them as they can when they can. But what that means is that national security is kicked to the back seat and is no longer a priority. Well, in addition to spending time on nominations when we should be spending time on national defense, we'll cap off the vote of the week with a controversial bill that stands no chance of becoming law. That's what we call a show vote around here. It's designed to embarrass. It's designed for political advantage. It's certainly not designed in order to accomplish the goal of passing legislation and getting it signed into law. We saw these same sort of show votes used primarily to try to gain political advantage in the upcoming election. We saw this on proposed legislation on the border, on contraception, on abortion, on in vitro fertilization, and on tax policy. In each instance, these were not efforts to try to work out differences and build consensus. This was designed to fail. That was the point, to have a show vote and then be able to have a TV ad or use it in some campaign. That's my definition of partisan gamesmanship. And it's a waste of the Senate's time, especially when so many priorities remain unaddressed, like the defense authorization bill and the appropriation bills. Again, all of this could have been avoided, but it is by design, it was not. The Majority Leader has given us precious little time to do our job this year, and he's wasted a lot of time on partisan show votes. As a result, one of our most important responsibilities is outstanding. Just to remind everybody, the Defense Authorization Bill was completed by the Armed Services Committee more than 2 months ago. They did their job in a bipartisan way. That in and of itself is a miracle, but it should have been brought to the floor, been open for debate and votes and passage. I want to commend Senator Reid of Rhode Island, the chairman, Ranking Member Wicker, and all of our colleagues on the Armed Services Committee for doing their job. Now the Majority Leader needs to do his job so that we can do our job. It's long past time for Senator Schumer to bring this vital legislation to the floor. We're playing with fire, I believe, in a time when the national security threats loom so large. And I hope we will soon get a chance to debate and to vote on this bill. Given the great power competition and the fact that conflicts have unfolded in Europe and the Middle East, the Indo-Pacific, the NDAA should be a top priority. It's regrettable that the Majority Leader doesn't see it as a priority. Well, Mr. President, when you can't plan, you can't get ready. And so it's no exaggeration that to say we now find ourselves in a true readiness crisis. We can't delay consideration of the Defense Authorization Bill. We can delay it, but we can't postpone our problems. And our adversaries are not acting on Majority Leader Schumer's timeline. America's strength and leadership are vital to global security and equally vital to protecting our homeland. So the Democratic-led Senate should not ignore its responsibility to bolster our readiness, and certainly should not stand in the way of the rest of us who are interested in addressing these challenges. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
A senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. As if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 806, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
S-Res 806, recognizing May 22, 2024 as the 205th anniversary of the founding of Memphis, Tennessee, and so forth.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's September, which means that across the country, America's 54 million K-12 students are starting the new school year. For so many parents and students, this is an exciting time with new classes and teachers and projects and friends and opportunities for academic success. But for too many others, the new school year brings a growing risk, and that is juvenile crime. Across the country, 64% of violent juvenile crime happens on school days, peaking between 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. At a time when violent juvenile crime is rising across the country, I know many communities, including in Tennessee, are looking to the new year with apprehension. After years of steadily declining juvenile crime, in 2023, Shelby County saw a staggering 4,546 juvenile charges. Now, that is up 37% from 2021. And that spike in Memphis follows spikes we're seeing in cities like Washington, D.C. and New York City, where the average age of a carjacking suspect last year was 15 years old. Now, young people are facing little supervision at the end of the school day and before their parents get home from work. And they're being lured into gangs that plague cities with theft, drug dealing, and murder. In Memphis, there are at least 30 criminal gangs that are out recruiting children as young as 8 years old into their operations. Every young American and Tennessean deserves the opportunity to succeed and avoid the dangers of criminal activity, and Congress has an incredible opportunity to help ensure that. Alongside Senator Cortez Masto, I've introduced the After School Act, which would create a grant program administered through the Justice Department for local communities like Memphis to establish, maintain, and strengthen after-school programs with the goal of reducing violent crime among juveniles. Time and again, after-school programs ranging from athletics and tutoring to music and volunteer work have proven to be successful at keeping young children out of trouble and focused on their own personal development. Across 2 different studies conducted by researchers at the University of Chicago, after-school programs helped reduce arrest among at-risk teens by 28 to 35% and violent crime by 45 to 50%. Recidivism rates among participants, meanwhile, fell 21%. At the same time, studies have shown that after-school programs improve behavior in class, decrease the likelihood of drug abuse, and promote academic success. The success of these programs is a big reason why the Memphis City Council unanimously endorsed and support this bipartisan legislation. With juvenile crime on the rise, the lives of countless young Tennesseans and Americans are at stake. And I call on all of my colleagues to support the After School Act to secure a brighter future for our nation's youth. Mr. President, I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to legislative session, be in a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 7032, which was received from the House and is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 7032, an act to amend the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974 and so forth and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I further ask the bill be considered, read a third time, and passed. The motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of H. Con. Res. 124, which was received from the House and is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
H. Con. Res. 124, authorizing the use of Emancipation Hall in the Capitol Visitor Center and so forth.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent the concurrent resolution be agreed to, the motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Judiciary be discharged from further consideration. The Senate now proceed to S-Res. 794.
The clerk will report.
S-Res. 794, designating September 25, 2024 as National Ataxia Awareness Day and so forth.
Without objection, the committee is discharged. The Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
And finally, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 11 a.m. on Wednesday, September 11, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and morning business be closed. Following the conclusion of morning business, the Senate proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the writs nomination. Further, that the cloture motions filed during today's session ripen at 2:15 p.m. Filed during yesterday's session ripen at 2:15 p.m. That if cloture is invoked on the Lanthier nomination, all time be considered expired at 5 p.m. Finally, that if any nominations are confirmed during Wednesday's session, the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow.